Are we? I think we might ask that question a couple of times today. My name is Will Goodon, and I am so honored to be here today to be your MC and chair at this extraordinary General Assembly. So I'm going to ask everyone to take your seats. And I will come down if you're talking. And we'll have a little discussion. Right, so we're going to be starting with a prayer. So I need to have everyone's attention, please. Everyone's attention, please. And there's still a couple of people in the corner. Thank you very, very much. As I said before, my name is Will Goodon, and along with my very good friend and brother, Mark LeClaire, hopefully that you at some point here nominate us to be chairs, but for now we're the MCs, and it is my honor to be able to open up this 2023 Extraordinary General Assembly. As we always do at all of our events. Is there an echo? Yeah. In any case, we'll work on that. I am very pleased to welcome up my dear friend, my mentor, my elder, Bernard de Montagny, who, as we know, our people, our Red River Métis, have been through some hard times in our history. And one of the things that we always look to remember who we are and what we went through is the sash, the threads of the sash. Berna to me represents that one thread that has hung on to our language, the Michif language. And that one thread is now being multiplied because of her teachings, and it will be strong once more. But I ask you now to stand if you can, take off your hats, and let's help Berna open today in a good way.
Good morning. I'm so honored to be here at this extraordinary assembly. Just to see all the people here is so amazing. With that, I'm going to say a simple prayer in the chat, and then I will translate it for those that don't understand, and will understand eventually. Thank you. The Buju, the Creator, Chimanito, Otaka Kirnitonan, and prayer Chitwayan, Pichitwaya, the Tashitamak, Tanshivitu for Notre Constitution. Porque a Nanto Nacional da Riviera Rouge, the government de Limon. Yamihan, pour le beau sati, pour Monsieur Président, de son cabinet, Kinik, Yamshuk Shichik, the beau sati Chayachik, Yatushtai, Ketchik Portianan. Wechikemon, Vesimachia. Aqui Danianan, Pituma, da Sambi Chinipaik. Sa praia decisão de estar de Mamina, Chinipaik de decisão. Lesimamina, Aqui Danianan, Oje. Wichinan, in Makavitashtamak, Ketaya, Otadalatab, Imena, Madwe, Shokitayan. Big Spayan. Vichinalmina Kuchu, and Kekakskik, Petachikota. Opomenan Suminalmina, Vechmanani Kotacha Vikianan. Kiamota Patio Limon, Pelaturnianan, Chaki Winminan, the compassion minan, Timok Tekavikianan. The respect of their way, the respect in actually Bashaya. The Punamihan Muji and Quechkemian, and tigli families apa awan haya book. Vichik Jewish Kakikash Tiwich. Pillar Parai wow. Ne Kawisha Kadehach. The Equistawal up there. Nina and Nakatuitaman and Kipik Kaki one project. Kaki one project. Pikawai wow. Dali to which he pushed out. Lord our Creator, I'm so humbled to stand here today to pray before you and all of us to pray, to discuss and what we are going to do about our treaty consultations for our Red River Nation and government and the people in it. Lord, I pray for good health for our president and his cabinet, keep them safe, healthy, and strong so they can work for betterment. I humbly pray for a blessing for a successful meeting. I come from the corner, so I can't say that word. Bless each of us here. And I pray to bring forth our concerns and to make our voices strong. Guide us, Lord, so that our hopes and our emotions can be here with us in spirit as we make this big decision. I humbly ask that you walk with us today and every day as we go about our business and our lives. Surround us, Lord, with your love and compassion, and help us to show respect to each other as we are want to be given respect to us. Lord, I close in a prayer for our missing and murdered Indigenous women and children and their families. Give them peace, bring them home in spirit. Just in closing, for the people that lost their homes in the big fires, please help them also with that. Amen. Thank you.
Thank you so very much, Verna. She is absolutely one of our treasures. Before we introduce the next person who will be leading us in a prayer, I just want to let everyone know that this is actually probably the biggest Red River Métis event of all time. We had thousands on the buffalo hunt, but we have thousands here today. We have satellite locations in Toronto, Ottawa, Vancouver, Thompson, the Paw, Dauphin, and Selkirk as well, and upstairs as well for Winnipeg region. And with that being said, I would like the moderators who are in each of those satellite locations to give an indication to our moderator who is here today whether the sound is coming through properly. So if we could do that. In the meantime, I am very pleased to be able to welcome up our next person who will be with us in prayer. As everyone knows, our relationship with the church goes back well over 200 years. This partnership has been consistent through challenging times and the good times. For example, in 1870, Louis Riel could not go to negotiate our first treaty in Ottawa. There was a bounty on his head, $5,000. I'm not sure what that is in today's money, but it would be an awful lot of money. As president of the provisional government, Riel entrusted the fate of our people in the hands of Father Joseph Noel Richat, who negotiated with Canada on our behalf, on our ancestors' behalf, during the Red River Resistance. Riel couldn't know for certain what Father Richat was saying, but he knew he could trust him. He knew our people could trust him. We have never forgotten the support we were given by Father Richat, nor have we forgotten our relationship with the church. Just as recently, last year, we took our self-government agreement to the Vatican to have the Pope witness it. This was unexpected, but it was indeed very treasured. Now we are trying to negotiate our treaty again, and we're very, very, very close, and that's why we're here today. Although we were betrayed and forgotten by the crown in 1870, we are doing all we can to correct the rights, to right the wrongs of history. I am very proud that Archbishop Gagnon has accepted our invitation to once again bring the church here to our assembly to play a critical role as we ratify our treaty. I am also pleased to welcome one of our knowledge keepers who embraces this language that was created by our ancestors, Bernard de Montaigne. I would like to ask the IT crew to play a short video that symbolizes the trip, the pilgrimage that we took to the Vatican last year. So if we could have that before Archbishop Gagnon comes on. Is there sound on the video? We have no sound on the video. Are we restarting the video? 1 second. This is where all my friends get worried that I'm going to tell a duck joke.
You know, cabinet passed 3 really important
Thank you very much. Of course, having been on that pilgrimage and meeting the Pope was an incredible once in a lifetime experience for myself. I wanted to just relay one small thing that happened. There was a couple of us that went with Archbishop Gagnon down in underneath the Vatican to the tomb of St. Peter. And we brought along several flags and sashes and Métis emblems, and Archbishop blessed them in front of the tomb of St. Peter. And that was something, I think there was only 2 or 3 of us at that time. But it was a very moving experience for myself and something I will never forget. Archbishop Gagnon, if he would come forward and help us open today in a good way with a prayer. Everyone, please stand take your hats off.
Thank you for the invitation to participate in this day. The word honorable is an important word, and I think we can use that word today. We want to offer these prayers to Almighty God for all here present physically and those who are far away, who are joining by electronic means. All the leadership, in particular the Métis government leadership at all different levels, spiritual leadership, and all of you. Blessed are you, Lord God, ruler of all creation. Look with love on the people of this community as they gather today in this extraordinary General Assembly. Very historical moment. And keep them safe in your service. Guide these members of the Red River Métis and help them work together for the good of all. Grant them light to know the needs of their community and strength to make wise decisions for the benefit of all. Help us to meet one another in joy today and to gain many benefits from being together in this assembly. Bless us, guide us in all we do, and bless our discussions and decisions, and bring good fruit from this gathering. We ask this, Father, our Creator, in the name of your Son, Jesus. Amen. Father, Son, Holy Spirit. Amen.
Thank you, Archbishop. We have a gift for you, very special gift that was prepared by Janine Crouchy. I don't know, can you get a camera on this? Yeah, right here. Rick, where's our camera here? Heated cross, beautiful heated cross. We want to thank you from our heart for all that you've done for us. Leading for Father. You know, people, you don't realize, you know, we got bumped from seeing the Holy Father. And it was through the Archbishop's leadership that we had our own audience with the Pope. So we thank you, we love you, and we hope to spend a lot of time with you in the future.
Thank you very much, everyone. So I just wanted everyone to know that it's nice and cool up on the stage here, so don't worry about us up here. Yeah. You know, that's what the timing is everything, and it's a little bit of a warm spell we're having in Manitoba. It happens, just same as a cold sometimes happens in December, January, but we hope that we can all power through it. I have no doubt in my mind that Red River Métis are tough. Some of the toughest people I've ever met in my life. Including my dad, who's really tough, but all of you, especially Métis women. Now that's tough. Okay. Yeah, exactly. So we're going to move on into the business here today, and I'm just pulling up all of my paperwork that I've got here. And I want to welcome you once again. so many faces that are, there's a little reverb here, I think, am I hearing that? My apologies. Maybe I'll just get a little closer to the microphone. So at this point, we need to do a couple of motions in order to kickstart the assembly today. One of them being the appointment of the chair and the co-chair. And we have Minister Campbell here to read the bios. And I believe the motion will be presented by two members of cabinet.
Good morning. How is everyone this morning? I would be remiss not to acknowledge, of course, my Métis women that are out there, and I think you make up almost the attendance in the room. I don't know, I didn't count. I didn't really count, but I think the majority of you are women. That's all I'm gonna say. Anyway, I really want to thank everyone for coming today, and yeah, it's a little bit hot. Those of you that came up north, can't stand it. I know, I get it. Very, very hot. I've already heard complaints from those that are up north. They're like, oh my God, I can't wait to go back home. It is hot. Historical day, historical weekend. Thank you all for coming and spending it with us. We really appreciate it. I'm trying to make this as quick as we can. It is very hot up here. I don't care what Minister Goodon said. It's very hot up here. Very hot. I'm going to introduce our chair. Will Godon was elected to the Métis government of Manitoba in June 2014 for the Southwest region. Will is the MMF Minister of Housing and Property Management. Will was instrumental in the recognition of Métis harvesting rights in Manitoba, the duck. In 2004, he shot a duck. We think he ran it over, but that's his story. In Southwest Manitoba, and was charged by provincial conservation officers. Will was found not guilty because his harvesting rights were protected under Section 35 of the Constitution Act. In his spare time, he spends his day at his cabin in the Turtle Mountains, still trying to run over some ducks. Minister Goodon, your chair, Will Goodon. The next individual is their co-chair, Mark Leclerc. Mark Leclerc's family hails from St. Lazare, Manitoba. Mark is a member of the Law Society of Upper Canada with over 35 years specializing in intergovernmental negotiations and policy. Mark has no ducks. Mark was the lead negotiator for the Métis Nation and the Aboriginal Constitutional Conferences held between 1984 to 87 and the Speech Lake and Charlottetown Constitutional Accord rounds. Mark Leclerc, your co-chair. I actually feel like I'm melting. Literally, I feel like I'm melting up here. Co-chair David Gray. David Gray grew up in Swan River, Manitoba on a family farm. He went to university after high school and graduated law school in 1980. He returned to Swan River. I think I have his picture up there. There he is. He doesn't look that grouchy. He's actually a nice guy. He returned to Swan River to article and remained in private practice. He became the executive director of the Albert Chartrand Friendship Center in 1984. He was general counsel of the MMF from 1989 to 1993 when he returned to private practice in Swan River. In 1998, he became a senior Crown attorney in Thompson, with prosecutors supervising Northern Office in Thompson and the PAW until 2019. David is the Chief Electoral Officer for the MMF, a position he has held since 2014, and he has been a full-time employee of the Federation as CEO since January of 2021. David Gray is your co-chair. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Minister Campbell. The microphone under Winnipeg region, I have two cabinet ministers there. Winnipeg region microphone. we're going to cut off all air conditioning to IT and audio visual. Winnipeg Region microphone.
Check, 1, 2, 1, 2.
Morning. Awesome. Okay, just to put it in official. Morning, I'm Judy Mayer. I'm the Minister of Constitution. I'm also the Vice President for our region. Make the motion to appoint Will Godon as chairperson and Mark Leclerc as co-chairperson. Appoint David Gray as virtual co-chair for the Manitoba Métis Federation. June 3rd and 4th, 2023 General Assembly of the Red River Métis.
Thank you, Minister.
John Fleury, Southwest Region, Minister of Media Employment Training. I second that motion.
Thank you, Minister. As everyone knows, we're going to be doing a lot of things here over the next couple of days. So we're going to ask if there are any objections to this motion. Any objections? If there are no objections, then I would declare that the Extraordinary General Assembly accepts Will Godon, Mark Leclerc, and David Gray as chairs and co-chairs. Thank you very much. So we're going to move on to the establishing quorum. Just so everyone knows, we have been informed by registration staff that quorum has been established. In accordance with Article 8.8 of the MMF Constitution, having established this quorum, we can move on with the business of our Extraordinary General Assembly. Now we're going to move to the acceptance of the agenda. So you will see the agenda that is on your tables. This is what we will be presenting here. So we are looking for a motion to accept the June 3rd and 4th, 2023 Extraordinary General Assembly, a Winnipeg Region microphone.
Hello? Hello?
Yeah.
Yep. I'm Anita Campbell, Winnipeg Region. Again? Anita Campbell, Winnipeg Region. I move to accept the agenda as presented, please.
Very good. Thank you so much, Minister. A seconder.
Peter Fleming, Northwest Region. I second that motion.
Thank you very much, Minister. Is there any objections to this motion? Online, is there any objections to this motion? Having seen no objections, I declare that the motion is passed and we have an agenda for our assembly. I've just been informed that there are air conditioners on the way, 15 of them. So I want all 15 of them up here. Otherwise, we're going to get my friend Chris Laporte from Turtle Mountain to go and fan everybody. There is also, as everyone knows, this assembly is extraordinary in many senses of the word. But one of them is that we are here for a very specific reason. And in order to make sure that we have dialogue and discussion, we have instituted some rules of order that will assist us in making sure that people have a opportunity to discuss and dialogue about the issues, the resolutions, and the treaty. But at the same time, considering our time here collectively to make sure that we can hear the most and diverse voices, but also to make sure that we can do the business within the time allotted. So I am looking for an emotion to, and the rules of order are on your tables. I think there's 2 copies on every table. So looking for a motion to accept the rules of order for this extraordinary General Assembly, Winnipeg Region microphone.
Judy Mayer, Vice President, Far Region.
Thank you. Mover and a seconder.
Ryan Remillard. I second.
Thank you very much, Minister. Is there any objections to this motion? Any online? No objections to this motion. So I am declaring this motion as being passed, and we have these rules of orders to help us move forward. One more, not housekeeping, but sort of setting this up so that we can move into hearing our president. We have in the agenda minutes from the 2022 annual General Assembly. And considering time, again, we are thinking that it might be best to postpone these, to table these minutes to the actual annual General Assembly, which will be held this fall. Winnipeg Region microphone.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. With respect to, I need to make 2 motions actually with respect to the minutes that are on your agenda. And so there's going to be a main motion and a subsidiary motion to that. So the first motion that I'm making is that the minutes of the 2022 AGA be approved as presented. And then once that's done, I will then move a subsidiary motion to that motion.
Okay. We have a motion on the floor.
We vote then. Mr. Bagenthal, I second that motion.
Thank you, Minister. Is there any objection to this motion?
It'll make more sense when I do the subsidiary motion to that motion.
They're telling me to do things that I am not comfortable with. There's a motion on the floor that okay. Yeah, no, no, I got this, Mark. Somebody needed to tell me what was going on beforehand. No, nobody told me this first motion was coming. So please continue with your second motion.
So the second motion is I move the pending motion be postponed, which is the one that we just had to make.
Okay.
And that to the 2023 MMF AGA on September 15th. September 15th to the 17th as a special order. In other words, I'm accepting those minutes to be moved to September AGA that we have planned.
Okay. Thank you very much. Wasn't exactly Robert's Rules of Order, but we're doing the Métis Rules of Order here. So thank you very much. Is there any objection to this second motion as it pertains to the first motion? I see none. I know you're all as confused as I am. But I see no objection, therefore I declare that motion passed. Thank you very much.
Thank you. All we're doing is making sure that those motions that's on your agenda, those minutes now get moved to the September meeting. That's all it is.
Right. Yeah.
Okay?
Thank you very much. With that being said, it is my privilege and honor to ask my friend and my brother to come forward here, and he will do the kickoff for the next part of our agenda. Please, everyone, put your hands together and welcome Mr. Mark Leclerc. I was just about to.
Thank you, Will. Okay. Now what we're gonna do is, at these assemblies, we generally hear from the president, the State of the Nation address. And we're going to do that, but before we do that, I'm going to call up the cabinet to come sit up here. And I'm going to start with the Thompson Region, Vice President Gelida Lajamodiere. Regional Executive Officer Mark Peranto. And Mildred Dorian. From the Paw Region, we're going to go quick. Vice President Judy Mayer. Regional Executive Officer Joan Ledoux. And Daryl Furland. From Northwest, Vice President Francis Chartrand, Regional Executive Officer Peter Fleming, and Richard Janai. From the Interlake, Vice President Alfred Anderson, Regional Executive Officers Jack Park and Mona Blores. Yours. From the most important region, Southwest, we've got Vice President Leah LaPlante, Regional Executive Officer John Fleury, and we'll get on. From the Southeast, Vice President Denise Thomas, Regional Executives. They were louder. Sean Nault and Muriel Gauthier. From the Winnipeg region, Vice President Andrew Carrier, Regional Executive Officers Joanne Remillard and David Baudouin. From the Infinity Women's Secretariat, and they are the majority here. The women are the majority in this building, which is good for guys like me. Spokeswoman, Anita Campbell. And finally, a very good friend of mine and our leader of the Red River Métis, and now called upon President David Chartrand to come give an address. First, I'm going to call up Gloria Chartrand because she's going to make the introduction. And she's the one that's ordered all those air conditioners for this afternoon. So.
Good morning, my fellow Métis citizens. I stand before you, humbled and honored to introduce our president. David's best moments are when he is with his people. You will often hear him say, you need to have your people walk beside you, not behind you. His love for God and country, and most especially his mother, has inspired and guided him to do great things. When a leader becomes great, it's not because of their power, but because of their ability to empower others. Our president, his team, and cabinet are relentless in their pursuit to realize the dreams of our people. His goal isn't to be a leader, it's to make a difference. And the Book of Life will remember him. And because of him, the Book of Life will remember us, the Red River Métis Nation, as we stand united and strong beside him. Before our president takes the stage, we are going to share with you a short video created by our good friends Rick and Jared of Kizik Productions. Thank you both for capturing David's essence. And by the way, our president has not seen this video and is only aware of his existence right now. Surprise! So to introduce the video, I'm going to share with you a poem by Peter Gabriel that I've been carrying in my heart for the past 20 years. David and I have been waiting for the perfect moment to share this poem, and I can't think of any better time ever as we make history here today. From the pain, come the dream. From the dream, come the vision. From the vision, come the people. And from the people, come the power. From this power, come the change. Please refer to the screens.
And ethics. Dedicated cabinet member. David Gardner.
Please join me in welcoming the board president, House President, David Sartan.
Well, that's an introduction, I tell you. I don't know, my wife is gonna touch my emotions and make me cry, but I don't have to speak after a speech, you know, so. I want to tell you this, I was just upstairs, making sure I said hello to all those that are up there. I didn't make it through, there's so many people up there. I did give them one good solid statement. It is colder up there than it is down here, so they're happy about that. We'd love to everybody to be in this room, those that are watching all over the world, in my view now, seeing the Métis and our regular government where we are. And let me start off by saying thank you to Verna for keeping our language alive. As Will said, she's one of the threads in the sash. The sash, what's binding together with all those threads, can never be torn apart. That's who you are. Each of you are a thread in this room. And I thank you, Verna, for keeping our language alive. I want to thank Will, Archbishop Gagnon. I was very pleased when he accepted the invitation to come and speak here. And the reason it touched me so much is the message that Will was giving. Riel, our great leader that was murdered in this country, where he was taken away so young. He lost his children, never seen them to become adults. He fought for a cause, he fought for a belief, he fought for a right. He fought for our place to fit in to a country that was being created. We look at it now and we ask ourselves, what drove him? What gave him that strength to fight no matter what, even to lose your children at a young age, and never to have children again to leave your legacy behind? But he never gave up. So what drove him? We know in every battle that took place, he didn't carry a gun, carried a cross. And he entrusted himself with the relationship we had with the church. And that it's important to recognize that historical connection. Same thing when I was, and I told you some of you at the last assemblies, when I was in Rome to visit the Pope, Mark is correct. They tried to get rid of us. MNC tried to block us from going because they wanted to go and be them, the organization that meets the Pope, not the Red River. But they could not do it. Archbishop Gagnon made sure at the meetings that the Red River cannot be left out. The Red River were with the church and the church was with them right from the beginning in 1870. The first time we needed a church, they were there. And Father Lashot, we don't say enough thank you to him and his spirit. We met his family, and COVID took that away from us. I'm not finished with that task. I want to thank his family on behalf of each and every one of you and those coming after us. Because Father Lashot led the negotiations on behalf of Riel. Just imagine, here's a man from the West, Louis Riel, elected 3 times as a member of parliament, 3 times. And this country would not let him take his seat in parliament. In fact, they wanted to kill him if he entered Ottawa, dead or alive. Think about that. And think of this. Never forget the bravery of your leader who left this beautiful Red River Valley, went all the way to Ottawa with a bounty on his head, just to spite and send a message that we're here and we're not scared of you. He went all the way to Ottawa and signed his name on the register. That's living proof today. The bravery for him to go, there wasn't planes and cars and when he had to go. So imagine the trek and how long it took him, probably several months to go to Ottawa, all the way to Ottawa, to go sign his name just to tell them we're here and we matter. That is powerful. We owe a great gratitude to that man and we'll never forget it. Riel will always be the father of our people. But let's never forget that this country made a promise on behalf of Canada. Remember, Canada was only Ontario East. It wasn't where we're sitting on today. But they made a promise that they would settle a treaty with our great leader, Louis Riel. They would settle a treaty with your families, my families. They promised they would settle that treaty. As Johnny MacDonald said, we're treating with the half-breeds. They did not fulfill that promise. They dismissed that promise, abandoned that promise. In fact, they sent an army to come and chase us off our lands, fight us, and that's where the reign of terror comes. The reign of terror that actually tortured our families, raped our women, beat our men, and burnt our houses and took them whenever they wanted. It was free reign. It was actually treated us worse than they would treat animals. They just did whatever they want. Our people had to hide this beautiful beadwork that I'm wearing today. And I think the beaters that are bringing it back alive today, I think Jeannie Crouchy, Amy, all of them, every beater that's coming back and saying, we're here and we're not afraid. One of the citizens here in this room is working for the federal government. I'm not mentioning names, but I'm mentioning you something that really touched my heart and actually made me quite angry. our own citizen said to me, can I come? Can I come to the assembly? I got my citizenship card. But I'm not gonna vote. I'm scared of my job. I might lose it. It touched me. It made me think. What have we been doing? Since I've been here in 1996, we've been building our pride and our strength and our, don't think she doesn't have pride, trust me. This woman has a ton of pride of who she is. But for her to fear that her job could be in jeopardy, because she would come to this assembly to vote on something that her dad, her family, herself have fought so hard for. And I told her straight and I looked in her eyes and I said, I'll tell you this. We were once afraid and we had no choice. The guns were staring down our faces and the reign of terror was in action. Our mothers had to be afraid, our grandmothers, our grandpas. They want to protect their children. So they were afraid. They had to flee. And we actually went west, north, and we went south. We had to run. We had no choice. We already put down our guns. So we had no choice but to now try to protect our families. But I said to her, and I looked at her and I said, imagine this for a second. I know where her father is. And I said to her, think of this. Those days of us being afraid are gone. We fear no one and will take on anyone that hurts our people, no matter who they are, where they live, and what they try to do to our people. I want you to remember that and tell that to your kids. We have youth here today that are watching. We have people from Toronto to Ottawa, to Vancouver. The other day, we had somebody from Austria. One of our citizens moved out there. People from all over the world are so proud. And I told her, you vote. You make sure you vote. And anybody touches you, we will come with every damn force of energy, legal, political, whatever we have, if they dare threaten your job because you're voting for something that we all believe in. This is something we were cheated from in 1870. This was stolen from our people in 1870. This was taken away from us. It would have changed the lives of our people today. But I'll tell you what, no matter what it could have done, we know we would have been better off. There's not a doubt about that. But it never took something from us. Spirit. The spirit that you know in each of you have. As I say today, and I see it even in the videos in our consultations, the tears that are being shed, the crying that's coming out of the emotions. Even I standing back there almost shed a tear. When I walk through the crowd and I see your smiles, I see your pride, it just reinforces me to even fight harder. I'm 63, I feel like I'm 23. I'll take on anybody. But it's important to recognize that our young people, our young kids, your kids, everything we have done from all the way to the early 1800s to now, over 200 years of our continued existence to fight for our identity, to protect that identity. We have never bowed away from that. This day, we are the only ones that have the Red River Jig. We're the only ones that have the Red River card. We're the only ones that are flower beaded people. We're the only ones that speak Michif. We're the only ones that have our culture. And we will let no one in Ontario East, anywhere, try to steal your culture. You paid a price for that, my friends, and we'll let no one ever take it from our kids. Ever, ever. I want you today to stand and sit and think about the struggles you've had, the hardship you've had, but you've never given up. That's the spirit they've never taken from us. They never could and never will. You stop and think when you get home tonight or after this weekend, when you're sitting outside having some tea, some coffee, whatever you're going to have, and you're sitting with your grandchildren, your children, tell them about this day. Tell them that you were there to represent the family.
You were there to show that you matter. You were there to stand up and to defend your ancestors that were stolen and paid the biggest price of all. But when we stop and reflect this history, these bottles of water are driving me nuts. But if you stop and think, there you go, thank you. They're just rolling around here like crazy. And I just gotta grab them. Now they're losing my train of thought. What the hell is wrong with these people anyways? I never lose my heart. So when you stop and think, when you talk to your children, grandchildren at home, I want you to talk from the heart, not from facts, not from documents, from your heart. What this meant today, what it's gonna mean today, when you have a chance to correct history, when you have a chance to show Riel, who's watching down on us today, how proud he must be that 153 years later, we never gave up hope. Why? Because the Métis what? Never give up. That's our motto. We take them on, we'll take any fight, and we'll take it on till the end, and we'll keep on coming even after that. Just think how proud he must be when he looks down upon us today. Because I believe in the afterlife, and I know nearly everybody, and I'm hopefully everybody in this room believe the same. Whatever church denomination you choose is your right. But we do know there's an afterlife. I believe I'll see my mom one day, and I hope to hell she's as proud as she was before she left, and still even prouder now where and what she's taught me to do and what I stand on principles she's raised with me in my heart and in my mind. But I do know this. When I go to that other world, I hope Riel comes straight up to me and shakes my hand and says, thank you. Thank you for never giving up on a dream that we had that they stole from us, where they sent an army to kill us, to torture us, to harm us. And I had no choice. But he gave the ultimate sacrifice. Would I give that? I guarantee you in a heartbeat I would. I wouldn't hesitate to give my life. So when you stop and ask yourself this question to your children, grandchildren sitting at home around the kitchen table, tell them how you feel. Imagine and remember that moment. I want you to stand up if you could. I want you to lift your hands as high as you can. And lift, I think there's a finger they're giving you, not this other finger. I hope you're doing what I'm talking about. They're giving you a thumbs up or something. I want you to stretch it as far as you can. I want Jill and Leah, who can't be here. Leah's one of your cabinet ministers. Her daughter is Mary Hill. And a fighter, that's the spirit. She's one of my heroes. Blind, struggles, still live independent, demands to live independent. And still goes, her health conditions are torturous, unbelievable torturous. And I hope she's listening to me right now because she is one of my heroes. He never gives up. So Leah could not be here today, and so I want to send her that she raised. I texted her this morning. I said, you lift Jill's arm as far as you can to the sky. And you tell Riel, you tell everybody how proud we are that we are going to bring a treaty that was stolen from him, stolen from our people, and bring it into law in this country, in this land. That treaty is going to change the future for the generation after generation. There is not anyone out there that has such a united front. There's not one president of any Métis organization. Their organizations, trust me, and they still operate like organizations. We are government, and we operate like a government. We stand for a government. We'll never sell our souls, they would in the courtrooms, calling themselves volunteer or clubs just to win court battles. And it shows you today, for example, when we were fighting and watching this government, NDP included, and the Conservatives, when they were clawing back child and family services from our children in care. They were clawing back every damn child allowance money that was entitled to that child. We took it to court and we won. And I am so grateful we actually took it to court as a group, First Nation and Métis, we won. But guess what? Another law firm came from the dark. I don't know, still do not know what the hell they are. They came and said they represent our children now in our agencies after we won the court case on a class action saying they will represent your children. They'll represent, holy man, they'll represent the Métis. You know, let me apologize for IT teams. They're doing their best. What's happening, off topic again,
is the reason I sound and the cut in my voice. My lips are probably late, right? I'm saying something, you're watching TV, all of a sudden my lips are still going. So, but the reason is because they're connecting with so many people in the internet world, so that's why there's a delay. But in court, I went to the courtroom along with Minister Mona Beers and our staff. I watched this legal team I've never met. They've never come to us, they never talked to us, they never told us what they plan to do and who gave them the right to negotiate on behalf of their children. I thought that stuff was over. I honestly thought, but now the lawyers are doing it from the back. Guess what? We bought our own lawyers in Toronto, and we have our own lawyers here. We have Ray Trachtenberg, who's been with us for 26 years. He's been our corporate lawyer, protecting our government, protecting our people. Then we have our own Métis lawyer, Genevieve, who's here, Benoit. She was there to defend us. And guess what? They were trying to get certified on May 31st. If they would have won that fight, they would have been deciding the fate of all of that. And guess how much money it is for Métis kids? $49 million. They would have took that away from our children and decided how they're going to give it back to them, what they're going to take, what they're going to charge. It is unbelievable. But we went to court on the 31st and we won. And so we will be defending our children, arguing to make sure. And I made a promise on behalf of everyone in this room, everyone, whether you're impacted or not, if you have a cousin, I'm sure, or some relative somewhere that's been impacted in child welfare. Just to show you the power of your government today. Cabinet is 100% behind me here, 100%. And we made a promise as a government that we will not take 1 cent of that child allowance money from any child. The MMF government will pay for the legal fees, or I'll get the money from the provincial government to pay for what they took. But we will not take 1 penny from those kids, because that's the promise we make on your behalf as a government. But it shows you how far you've come. It shows you what you can do. Remember, in 2002, when we started discussing our Métis laws of the harvest, our elders told us how the law should look. We did consultations across this province, and you said this is what needs to be done. Here's the laws, here's the punishment, this is how we want to achieve and protect for the next generation and generation after that. Because you said it right. If we don't protect now, then what's this all about? If we don't protect for the next generation, that they have Section 35 rights to hunt moose or deer or any animal or rabbits, you know, if they don't have that, or fish, to have that right to feed their family, because there's nothing left, then what did we do? We didn't. We failed the next generation. So you said we will have strict laws, and we did. But guess what? Everybody laughed at our laws. Guess what? Everybody laughed at the Canadian Tire money was worth more than our laws. That was the position of the natural resource officers in the governments. Those laws are meaningless. And guess what? Those laws are the laws of today. Imagine if we gave up because some government said they're nothing, and we said they're something. They mean something to us, and we will defend them, and we have defended them since 2002 under the law of the land today, because you believed in something, and you stood for something, and you stand united for something. The only time the government will have a chance to break you is when they divide you. That's the only chance they have, and they have failed at every turn. No government, no outsider has been able to break our government since I've been here, and many of these cabinet ministers walking with me side by side, and every local out there working so hard to continue to be proud of who they are and promote our culture and our pride. Nobody has ever been able to come into our communities, into our families, and break us. Because that's the trick of government, that's the trick of the enemy. We have never allowed no one, and let no one, after my time and the next leader comes in, make sure no one can divide our families, because together we are one hell of a force. Anybody who wants to take us on, they better look around this room, they better look in your eyes. Because when you give them the Métis eyes back, there's going to be some shaking happen on the other side. So let's remember that. We are at a time in history where our dreams are becoming real. No longer should I pinch myself. No longer do I have to ask myself, is this real? there's some things we still gotta do. After we vote on this today, after we pass the resolutions tomorrow, then from there, the minister or the prime minister, hopefully the prime minister, I'll convince him to come here in September to our assembly, and I will want you all back. They're gonna come and sign it in front of you. That this is the government of Canada is gonna support this, then they're gonna take it back to Parliament and get it voted on, and it becomes the royal assent, the law of the land. So that is what you're about to do today. That's the change you're gonna make for the next generation. And I mean what I say. You know my word is everything to me. I mean exactly what I say to most of you when I talk to you. I know, and this is something I talked to Cabinet the other day about. I am so proud of you. I mean it in every word I say. Because the facts are facts. You can't deny facts. You go back in history, all the way to the beginning of the first battle of 1812, 1816. You go all the way back. Find yourself and flow it through. Look at the facts of history. 1870. What were 1870s doing? Protecting their families, protecting their children, wanting a better life for their children. That's why our veterans went to war, to help others to make sure they had a good life and a future. But you have backed it up. You don't just say it, you mean it. I told the Prime Minister this statement. I'll tell you one of my proudest days, I said, in my political career. When I was looking at 6,000 eyes staring at me, when I was talking about our land claim, I was talking about when this settlement comes, how it will work and what it should do. And I asked the people what we need to do. And guess what the people said, I told them. And ask, before you answer me, think about this, I said. A lot of those people, lots of them, are the working poor in this country. Because you chased us off our lands, you made us lose our economic future. You stole our economic future. But ask yourself this question before you answer me, I said. Think about these people. They're the working poor. They can hardly make ends meet. They have a hard time to pay all their bills. Some will even phone because they can't afford food after an ambulance bill. Some will have a hard time for their medicine. Some will want to see their loved ones in the hospital and they can't even afford to come. And listen to this statement they said. Guess what they said? Those 6,000 eyes staring at me didn't say, I want that money, it's mine, it's my family's right. Every one of them said this. That's for the next generation. That's for our children, our grandchildren, that they will never suffer as we have suffered. And that is what history has shown from 1800s to now. You have never changed. All the surveys we've done on this treaty have never changed. Your number one priorities, again, is always the protecting the next generation. That should touch any leader's heart, any government's heart, that it's not about you. It's never been about you in your hearts, in your minds. It's always about the children and the grandchildren. And be different than everybody else. That would make you stronger than everybody else. And that's what's going to make the next generation stronger than us today. So the young people listening today, you thank your grandparents, you thank your parents, because they never stopped dreaming. The dream that you will have a better life than them. So thank you, each and every one of you, those listening at home, those that can't make it here, thank you for always believing in your nation. Thank you, Barb. I hope as you stand there today, when you look to your left, you look to your right, you look behind, you look in front, that your family is here. Your family, we may have different last names, and some of them today are really different last names I've never seen. They're 16 letters long. But clearly, we're still family. Whether you look to the left, you look to the right, the back, and the front, you see family. And you can always count on this family. That's why our slogan, the MMF, is MMF's got your back. And I mean every word when I say that. So I look and I say to you, each and every one of you, today you are about to make history. Today We have taken ourselves to a place that they stole from us 153 years ago. Today is about a dream that's going to become real. And today is about change. Change that will make a difference to your children and grandchildren. And I hope they listen, because everything we do is for them. And I hope they never forget that we stand as a family and we work as a family. I hope they never forget that dream. So I ask you, as people, tell the story to everyone when you leave here, to include the message that we will work. We can't make sure we solve everybody's problems. For sure we can't do that. But I will tell you without doubt, once the treaty is ratified and the challenge you face, the day-to-day issues you face, whether it's health, education, economic development, all of those things can now be negotiated into the treaty for a change of future. We did things that nobody believed we could. We pay for the medicine of our seniors 55 and over. MMF pays for that through your pharmacy. You start looking at these things and we ask ourselves the question, how did you guys do it? By standing together. And I keep on telling you, as each and every one of you, support your pharmacy, because every time you give them a buck, it's a buck back to one of your family members. We don't touch a penny from there. All of that is to go back to the people. So we're opening a second pharmacy, a third pharmacy, a fourth pharmacy. Yesterday, we passed a resolution investing in an IT company because we believe there is a value of money. The other day, you have lands, my friends. You own lands in West St. Paul, one of the richest parts of this damn province. You own 25 acres there. We bought that land, and as an investment of over $5 million. Today, they're telling me that land, only 4 years, potentially worth $19 million. You just made $14–15 million like this. So the future that we are taking is going to change the next generation. I want to make sure when you go home and you tell your kids, and stop them. If they say, you think I can go to university? You think I should, what I should be? I asked my granddaughter, I don't know if she's somewhere here, I asked her, what do you want to be, my baby? As we raised our granddaughter, Gloria and I want to be a lawyer now. I made up my mind. She said, I want to be a lawyer. And I said, holy man, you're going to be a starving lawyer. No, there she is somewhere in the back. No, I'm just joking. She's going to be she's a smart girl. And she said, I want to be a lawyer, Papa, so I can fight. Where do you think she gets that from, man? So anyways, I said, well, I hope when you graduate, she's grade 10, and grade 12 comes, I hope that she'll be able to say, like any other kid in our families at home, that we don't have to worry anymore. The land claims have been settled, the money is now in place, and our kids could go to any damn university one because their government's going to take care of it forever. So that is the change of tomorrow. That's the change that's coming. So when you look at it, and I know grandparents, I know they look for every penny to help their kid and their grandkids. And I know parents struggle so hard. And by next year, we should have 1,000 families that have bought their houses already. 1,000 families bought their houses, so we give them the down payment. They just need that little head start. So think about 1,000 families, have 1,000 homeowners out there, can raise their children and leave a legacy of income to their children in the future. So we have primed, as Wes said, we're just at that top of the hill, and we look on the other side of the Holy Land, and we are going to have change that we've never seen before. And that's something I'm so proud of. I'm proud I'm still alive to be part of it. I'm proud my cabinet has always been behind 100%, and they work hard, very hard for you, weekends, evenings, and they never stop. You know, you look at Anita, the spokeswoman, she comes there, she can't even talk, and she comes with a mask and trying to work, and I send her home. You know, you start looking at how hard people are working, the locals that are given so many years. I have such great pride. And we are looking at your issue, Wes. I raised it in cabinet the other day. Some locals are bigger than others, and they need more revenue than we presently give them. So that's on our agenda already. So when we look forward, we want to show everyone out there, I'm going to close off with these comments. I want to show everybody out there how far we've come and how proud we are. And I want to show those people in the East that are trying to steal your identity. Go find your own damn heroes. Go find your own damn culture. Go find your own damn music. Go home somewhere else. You're not us. You're not going to come steal our kids' money. You're not going to take away anything that we worked so hard to get. Go and get your own, man. We did it, we suffered, and it's time they do their own. But I want to say this before I close. This I cannot do by myself, and I know it. Without locals, without you supporting and believing in me as your leader, you've proven that through acclamation after acclamation, and makes me even fight harder because I knew you believe in me so much. And I could not do it without my cabinet. My cabinet works so hard, and we don't pay them enough. I guarantee you that. We pay them small, the lowest paid in the country. And I want to change that eventually and at least give them what they should be at least earning. But when you start looking, you got 1,000 employees and hundreds more are going to be hired, hundreds more. It just shows you that you are going to have a government that's in the thousands. We're the biggest Métis employer in this country. So when you start looking at that, I can't do that alone. There's no way in hell. I trust my ministers. I trust my government. I also want to say clearly, I trust my staff. They're loyal to me, and they make sure that the Federation and your interests are the #1 priority. And I want to say that openly to them, as I'm not the guy to give too much compliments. I don't. People know by the way I treat them. I'm not the guy to go pat somebody back saying you did a good job today. It's not my style, never been. I bring everybody as a family, and as a family we work together. My Chief of Staff, Al Benoit, is leading the treaty. I can declare he's probably one of the best historians and policy gurus when it comes to Métis in this country. So Al, I want to thank you on behalf of the people everywhere in this province. I want to thank the remaining staff, my Deputy Chief of Staff, my policy, like Zach, Dustin, no matter what, the late, not the late Don Roulette, he died, he's somewhere in this room. The late Executive Director, Don Roulette, who was there through the toughest of times, and all those other staff, I know I can't name them all, there's so many. I want to thank them and say thank you for having and watching over me, no matter what time, 24 hours a day. I can call them at 2 o'clock in the morning, they'll come, without hesitation, without saying no. We have a good communication team. You'll see Kat all over the news now. I think she's trying to be some kind of movie star or some damn thing now today. But you start looking at our communication team, you see her signs everywhere. When I'm in Ottawa, walking out of the airport, and you walk inside the airport of Ottawa, you have a giant sign that says the National Government of Red River Métis, of course, us in the prairies. And you're going to see that more and more across the country. You see it when you're driving. You see that being done in Northwest, all over the place, because we're setting a communication, a pride communication. We're here, we're there. You'll see an op-ed today in the Free Press, written by Al, as a cooperated position we took. As you know, the AMC, Assembly Manitoba Chiefs, made some kind of a statement which I did not like, not appreciate more than not like. We have a good relationship with many chiefs across this province, but the Grand Chief made a comment that we're infringing on their rights and that they may have to take action. So we're sending a message, you take action, guess what? I've been your friend, I supported you in everything you're doing, but you come our way and try to fight us, guess what? The Métis don't back away. And we will take you on, I don't care where you are, who you are. But now I want to thank somebody personal. I want to thank my granddaughter, my daughter, my son, who has his hard times in life. Like anybody, any other parent, you have a hard time. Sometimes one of the children will go the wrong way. But I want to thank him. He's still my son, love him to death. And I hope one day he finds the answers. But I want to take this time to thank my wife. You know, my wife used to work for me. And we started a relationship. She was after me. She wouldn't leave me alone, man. Yeah. Yeah, no matter where I was, and she was right there already. And so I knew she wanted me. So I had to tell her, look, my dear, one of us has got to go and it ain't going to be me. So she had to leave as my executive assistant and took on her own business. She has a life insurance business. And one of the things, I want to share this with you, I told you this before, and I seen this thing aside from my gratitude to my wife, I'll go right back to that. But I am pushing, and I know Minister of our Finance is pushing, we want to make sure that all of our people have house insurance, apartment insurance, because we cannot dare to see you without nothing. If there's a fire, it would break our hearts. So we're working on that, so I want to make sure you tell you that, so you guys will help us get there. But now go back to my wife. So say, why in the hell did you change the subject? I was, you know, it reminds me, we were at a restaurant, and I'm not a lovey-dovey type of guy, you know, like I show my love through, I'm always there, I'll do anything you want, I'll help you out. I'm not the kind of guy, but she's been changing me now. I say I love you before I leave the house in the morning. I gotta kiss her before I leave now. I never used to do that before. Anyways, you get older, you got no damn choice, eh? So she's way younger than me, so that's not a good thing either. I gotta watch. So anyways, we're in a restaurant and she wanted to start talking about emotions, you know. Oh boy, I was thinking, not now. Anyway, she said, so why is it that you choose me? Why is it that you love me? So I thought, okay, well, I'll still tell you why I love you, eh? So I started to open my heart to start talking to her, to tell her why I love her. Just then the waitress just comes rushing in there and says, so how do you guys like your meals and everything, eh? She's just staring there in shock, eh? They just took everything. Phew, I just thought, there, I don't have to answer no more, you know? So I got away with that answer. Anyways, but I love my wife because she's always there. And she always has my back. And I'll tell you what's more important is that she understands what I do, that I'm not home a lot of the times. My mind is always somewhere else. And I'm a workaholic, she knows that. And I have a drive that keeps on pushing me to make and change another Métis life tomorrow if I can. So, but she's always there and always, you know, backing me up. Sometimes she overdoes it, but she's backing me up all the time. But she shows that I matter and that I can count on if something does happen to me, she's going to take care of me. So, and I will always take care of her because I love her. So I want to thank you, Glorian, wherever you, oh, there you are. Thank you. You want to hear that? You want to hear that story at the restaurant? Well, now you got that story 15, 20 years later. So thank you very much. So it's always fitting to have a strong family, and that's what makes us who we are. And don't be afraid, because I'll tell you something that I will not tolerate. Any man beating a woman. I will not tolerate that. So I want to make sure that's clear. Do not allow it in your family, no matter what it is. You know, no matter how mad you get. Oh, I got mad in my time in relationships, trust me. But I always tried, and I had a temper, that's why I don't drink. Look out if I drank, I'd be a damn guy looking, okay, who wants to try me. So that's 39 years ago, I made a promise to my mom and I've never drank since. So, but let's be clear. Let's protect our family. Let's love our family. Let's stand as one family. Don't ever forget, there are enemies out there who would like to bring you down, including Métis people and presidents that are taking us to court in our land claims. After you won 32 years in the court and you win a land claims, you're about to settle towards the future of billions of dollars. Now these presidents are coming in, they say they want a piece of the action. Where in the hell were you in 32 years? You didn't give us 1 cent. You didn't help us. You didn't help us do anything. I seen my brother in the video there. He was clever in finding us money as the Minister of Finance. And we had to pay our lawyers $6 million or else the land claim was dead. And we did it. We pulled it off and we won. Now it's worth billions. And now people are coming in, even Métis presidents from the West. They will not beat us. They will not win. This is the people, the money of the Red River belongs to them and we will protect it come hell or high water. So I want to say to you again, be proud. Tell your children to be proud. Tell your children what this is, that this is a day of reckoning. It's a day of reckoning where we are showing this country. You may have thought you got away with it 153 years ago, but we never forgot. And now you're going to damn well pay the price. You're going to make sure you do justice for our people and you do what's right. You stand united, you stand proud, let no one divide you. Let no one divide your government, whether I'm here, whether this cabinet is here. You're not. You stand united to the leaders of the future, the next generations. They're getting ready. 10-year-olds are talking about running against me already. Skylar, she's 10. Emmy, she's 10. There's another one, 16. She said, I want your job. Well, you better go to school, I said, because you're going to be responsible for over probably 200,000-300,000 people. And you're going to be managing budgets in the billions. I said, you better go to school. You better know your stuff. Then you can kick my ass out. So, but anyways, they are ready. Kids are proud. Kids want to be part of the government. Their aspirations are not to go and work somewhere else. Their aspirations, they want to come work for this government. They want to lead this government. So you're doing your job, obviously, at home, talking about being proud. Pride. And that person that told me she's not afraid to vote now. And I'm proud of her. She's gonna raise her hand, stretch as far, and hopefully the federal government see her and says, I'm here to vote for my family.
Wow, your Red River Métis government
Holy.
is actively engaging with.
Well, IT and I are gonna have a discussion after this speech. Rick Kizik is probably saying, holy. But again, JD Hawk is here taking pictures. You see him right there, the Métis artist, one that one time was homeless. He was homeless on the streets. And today he's a very renowned artist. And he's taking pictures. Remember when I told you in my consultations? You don't know, he sneaks in the corner. You see him that? He was sneaking there. He'll take a picture and just imagine that's when you put your nose and you're trying to take out that thing. And that's the picture he snaps, you know? You don't want to see that happening. You don't want to see yourself in history like this, you know? So you want to see your history like this, you know? So imagine that. And remember to have fun. Remember to have fun. We still have our fun systems where we're going to have draws for our people on Sunday. And we're going to have on 2 o'clock tomorrow, we're going to have Jubilee medals, the 70th Jubilee medals of Queen Elizabeth being honored to 40 people. And I thank the Lieutenant Governor of Manitoba, and I think the Premier will be here tomorrow to do that from 2 to 4. Then we're going to have fun. So you're not going home early tomorrow. So just take it easy. But if you're stuck, you can't make it. If it's too damn hot, you want to stay another night, you damn well stay another night. We'll book your room. So my view is this. Again, I want to tell you, oh, by the way, your Ronald McDonald House is being built. Right now as we speak, it's got the green light. Just waiting on a couple of permits. You're going to see on Notre Dame, your building. You're not going to call it, what do you call it, Will? Midship Manor. They have all these names and I forget them. And then you got Mazoon has been approved, 100% funding at will. Our minister was able to find, how much, 7 million, 8 million? About 9 million we're going to have aging out for our children in care, that they will have their own apartments to live in until they graduate out. That's something you have now. Your Heritage Center is under construction. You're going to have in 2026 the first ever true Métis Red River Heritage Center Museum in Western Canada, in Canada as a whole. And that is something you already own and you already have the money and it's approved. Think about that. You're going to have that. You're going to have something to be proud of. And you're going to have, we bought the archival material in British Columbia. We're going to have that shipped here. It's $250,000 worth of history. And we're not stopping there. Your golf course is going to become hooping, and on June 14th is when they're going to open the shooting range. July something, they're going to open the first day of golf. You spent millions, by the way. Holy macaronis. You spend millions, but guess what? How many of you are going to look for an RV?
1 minute. 2 minutes, yeah. Okay. All my other notes?
I'm gonna be downstairs.
You're gonna be downstairs? I'll still call you out though, okay? Bye-bye. Oh, the microphone's live. I'm gonna give you a 1 minute call. Let's get back to our seats. We're already, imagine this, we're already a wee little bit behind. So if we could have everyone grab your seats and we'll get started in 1 minute. Test, test, test. Hello, hello, hello. No. "30 seconds.
I
Oh,
forget
yeah,
what
yeah.
their titles are, but.
That doesn't matter, yeah.
It's now fixed.
Yeah, perfect. Okay, I need everyone's attention. We're going to get started here again. Please take your seats. Did you hear about the duck who had to go to the chiropractor? He had to get his back quacked. I know there's no laughter, you guys aren't even listening. Please, everyone, take your seats, we're gonna get started. Or I swear I will tell more jokes. While we're waiting, I want to take everyone to the procedural rules that are on your tables, and I think it would be helpful if everybody's had a quick look at them so that when we do the dialogue and the discussion after the resolution or during the resolution, that there won't be any surprises to folks, because we're just doing it in a little bit of a different way to try to get to as many folks as possible. Bucky, stop talking to JD. He's already got a good picture of you. He's selling pictures. You should get a cut. Yeah. Okay, we're gonna get started here. There's a couple of things I need to make announcements of. First of all, for those in the satellite locations, we apologize. There was a break in the communication. There was a power issue. I believe it was likely a breaker was flipped at the Assiniboine Downs, and some of our links crashed. And again, unfortunately, it's exactly where IT is situated. We had some challenges. We lost the link and the virtual feed, but we believe it's up and running right now. So we apologize to you for that. Also, the Red River Métis Marketplace is in the basement. For those of you who remember from last assembly, there's some amazing pieces down there, whether it's crafts, t-shirts, hoodies, etc. If you want to come and take a look at it during the break or at lunchtime, please go to the Red River Métis Marketplace in the basement. And as you heard, the president introduced JD Hawk.
He has been with us at almost every single treaty consultation. It was his vision. It was his vision to document these treaty consultations and what we're doing here today. He's taking photos and he's painting these pictures. There are a number of the paintings and prints are on display in the entrance where you come in. So from going out, it would be on your right-hand side just before the escalators. There's a number of prints there. And if you want to go see, maybe it's you who is in those paintings, that would be kind of a neat thing for us you can take a selfie with yourself. And lastly, before I introduce our next speaker, legal counsel is not first, but second up to discuss and go over the treaty and their presentation. That presentation, for those of you who are online, as we know, in order to be here, in order to vote, in order to participate in the vote, you need to have your Red River Métis citizenship card. So, but those who aren't are able to follow along on YouTube. You can't participate, but you can watch. Legal counsel's presentation will not be on YouTube, just so that IT and AV also know about that as well. So we're gonna knock down the legal counsel's presentation so it's not on YouTube, because there are some small changes that are being, very small changes that are being negotiated as we speak. Okay, I still hear some talking. I'm going to ask everyone who is listening to reach over to your neighbors and ask them to keep it down. Off to my left-hand side, I hear a lot of chatter. Quiet, please. These are very important. This is one of the most, you heard our president talk earlier, this is one of the most important historical, if not the most important historical up to this date that our nation has gone through. And I know there's 99% of you are so excited about this, and you want to hear, you want to learn, you want to participate, you want to tell your grandchildren, and your grandchildren can tell their grandchildren that you were there. That's honestly, I think it's that significant, and I know all of you do as well. So please, let's keep it down. And I'm going to introduce our next speaker, and that will be, you heard the president. How many of you liked the president's speech this morning, by the way? Are we doing the video? Oh, right, yeah, absolutely. You know, every time I hear him speak, it's one of those things. I brag about his ability to talk to people, to have his speech, and there's very few people, and I'm going to say this, there's very few people in the world that can speak as effectively as our president. We're so lucky to have him. So before I introduce our next speaker, we actually have a video that is I think it's a compilation of the treaty consultations. Many of you were there. How many of you went to the consultation meetings wherever? Yeah, almost all of you. Yeah, that was fantastic. And I went to all of them as well. I enjoyed every single one. You were all so awesome listening there, and some of you aren't listening here. Still those people over on the side there kind of bothering me. So we're going to tune up the video, and then afterwards we're going to ask Mr. Al Benoit to join us on the stage. So here's the video.
Engaging with citizens in consultation about our modern day treaties. From the heart of our homeland, to Thompson in the north, Vancouver to the west, Toronto and Ottawa to the east, and North Dakota to the south. We have been building toward our historic extraordinary General Assembly happening June 3rd and 4th at the Assiniboia Downs and at regional and satellite locations across our homeland and beyond borders.
The beauty of what we've been able to accomplish is that no matter where you live now, you are actually have the right to home and be a citizen of your government. And our job now is to ensure we protect your rights.
The response from our citizens about our treaty has been overwhelmingly positive, making it clear that for us, this treaty is more than a piece of paper.
I never thought we'd see the day of mining against the people. I think it's a great step forward.
Debbie Koppel, your local chair, can you tell me what your first impressions of the treaty meeting so far? So far, it's been great, and it's very emotional. I'm just very grateful to be here and to see everybody here. It's the largest meeting that the region has had.
It's the law, as President Chartrand said, it is protected fully by the Constitution of Canada, and nobody can pull it out.
There is no doubt that our treaty is for our youth, who will be our future leaders.
Knowing that, we have a good team at the MMF and that they're very youth empowered, it kind of gives me confidence that I can do my part to kind of help with modern day treaties in the future and other consultations relating to that.
I know my siblings get to walk in a world with a lot more pride. I know our children someday are going to be able to know who they are from the second they're born. But it's also allowing my grandparents to feel that pride again. And it's allowing them to have the space that they didn't know how to get to before, but breaking down the walls for them, they're able to walk into this room now and also recognize the community that they have.
Ratifying our treaty as we gather in assembly will vindicate the sacrifices and hard work of all our elders and leaders, past and present, as well as honoring our tradition of gathering whenever important decisions must be made by our nation.
You recognize that our people are seeing the disadvantage that was placed on their shoulders. But I think each and every one of you that never gave up. Time is changing, and it's coming fast.
As we gather, our hearts and minds focused on ratifying our treaty and advancing our nation, there's no doubt that this vote and this moment will find its way into the history of our country and our nation.
When's the day going to come when you're sitting around your kitchen table with your children and they're going to be talking about university? But let's see if we can afford it. Let's see if we can save. That should be the discussion I hope in the future. I hope in the future will be, which university will you be going to? Because your government will be there to back it up. That's the future. That's what's coming.
Be proud of who you are. Continue on your path. Once you get to that top of that hill, it's going to be a glory. And that's how I think we are right now. We're at just about at the top of that hill, and it's going to be glory.
I hope this will be the path to writing our own future, and many of our Métis youth will be proud of their heritage, where many of our ancestors had to kind of hide it, and writing our own path in history is very important.
Join us and show Canada and the world that we honor our ancestors and fight for our youth, the leaders of the future. Send the message that the Red River Métis are a mighty nation, and we will never again be Canada's forgotten people.
Be proud of who you are. I'm damn well proud of who I am and always will be. So it's a great day. It's going to be an historic time. I hope the pictures will be taken of you, and one day you'll see it somewhere in 20 years from now, your kids will see in a history book somewhere, oh, that's my grandpa, that's my mom, that's my dad. So one day the story will be told, you were at that meeting when these historic days took place. So take care, everybody. Take care.
Awesome. Thank you so much for all of you who attended, your feedback, the dialogue, the questions, just the respect that we had on all of these meetings from Ottawa to Vancouver and all throughout Manitoba was something that I will never forget either. Obviously being here, but all of those I think are extremely important as well. And I just want to say thank you to the team that was working on all these consultations. There was a lot of work that went into it, a lot of folks to make it work as seamlessly as possible. So we want to say thank you to all of the people who were there. Yes, exactly. Our staff, our IT, our consultations team, our policy team, and everyone else who was involved. Minister Judy Mayer, of course, who was there at every single one. So we're going to ask Al Benoit. You heard the president speak about him earlier on, how his head's gonna get really big if I say really nice things about him. And he's my brother and I love him so much, but I have to tease him a little bit too. But he is seriously one of the backbones of what's been happening here, and we owe him a great debt of gratitude. He's going to be talking a little bit about the treaty, doing some introductions. I know there was one person that wanted to have a question after the president spoke. It wasn't, I apologize for that not being the right time, but after Al Benoit speaks, we'll have opportunity for questions and answers. We're also going to have a legal counsel come and make a presentation after Al, and there will be opportunity then as well. And of course, when we introduce the resolution to accept the treaty, there will be lots of opportunity for dialogue and discourse. So with that being said, he is a pretty good guy. He's my friend, he's my brother. Please help me welcome our Chief of Staff, Mr. Al Benoit.
Oh, it's hot up here already. I could feel it. Whew. Who are the Red River Métis? We are! Ooh, that's invigorating. That's awesome. Okay, for those of you who've seen my consultation meeting presentations during the Beyond Borders as well as the treaty consultations, I've been told to keep it short this time, not go into an hour and a half. So I will try to keep it short. Really, President Chartrand talked about our history quite a bit. And so I don't want to redo what he's done because he did a very good job. I don't want to go too much into the treaty details themselves because I know Murray and Genevieve will do a good job there, which they always do, very excellent. So I'm going to be the bridge between President Chartrand's vision and the detailed work that our legal counsel will be doing. And I'm going to talk a little bit about history, but any history that I focus on will be quick and it'll be over the last 10 years since the 2013 MFB Canada decision. Now, I know we talk about the MFB Canada Supreme Court decision as our land claim. Land claim is a very important part of it. That's the 1.4 million acres of land that was promised to the families through the children of the Red River back in 1870, and we never got. But there's also a part of it which is very and critically important. It's about our governance system. And that's one of the, somewhat of a sleeper, because people think the Supreme Court decision was only about land, but it was also about standing and who represents the Red River Métis. So I'm going to start with my presentation, Paul and Adam, if you can put it up on the screen. Okay, so who's heard me talk about our culture before? And I think President Chartrand may have mentioned before, the beadwork. The beadwork that we wear has the mouse tracks on it. That's who we are. We're the Red River Métis, and we have a culture that's distinct from other people. President Chartrand talked about the Red River cart. No such thing as the Mattawa cart. We've talked about our national flag, the Red River Métis national flag. It's that blue infinity symbol. People are using it in Eastern Canada that have nothing to do with us. It's cultural appropriation. They're stealing our identity about who we are. And there's many examples like that. And as President committed, we are going to protect that. So I'm going to start here in 1869. This is the National Committee of the Red River Métis. John Bruce was the president. Louis Riel was the secretary. We often think of Louis Riel as always being the president back in 1869, 1870 and beyond. But John Bruce is one of the nearly forgotten leaders. He was the president of the first major government committee in 1869 that led to the provisional government that then brought Manitoba into Confederation through those consultations and through negotiation with Father Richot in Ottawa. But I'm going to focus on the title of the name here. So whether you read French or whether you read English, and I apologize to anyone who's French or English that I'm possibly illiterate in two languages, I have it translated from the French, the original French. The National Committee of the Red River Métis orders Mr. McDougall, who was Canada's appointment to be the Lieutenant Governor of the territories here in what is now Western Canada, which is our homeland, and not enter into the Northwest Territory without special permission. So this tells you a lot about what's happening in our ancestors' minds and in their hearts at the period of time. Well, they're talking about this national committee, or this Comité National des Métis de la Rivière Rouge. Well, it's a committee. It's part of a government structure. So we had our own government. It was national. They didn't say the St. Norbert Committee. They didn't say the Red River Settlement Committee. They said the National Committee of the nation of the Red River Métis. So it's the National Committee of the Red River Métis. And of course, we knew who we were. That's who we were. We were the Red River Métis, and we're the Red River Métis today. So that's where I start. And did everybody get a new sash today? Was it in your kits? So many of you from the consultations, you've heard me go through and explain the colors in our Red River Métis sash that was established or was approved in 1992 in Saint Laurent at our annual General Assembly. And that is our sash. And the colors are the red in the middle. What does the red in the middle stand for? Stands for Red River. Hey, somebody kept good notes. So it stands for the Red River. And it's not just the settlement. It's not just the valley, which includes the Qu'Appelle Valley. It includes the Assiniboine Valley, the Souris Valley, and others. But is the whole of the Red River country, which is beyond the valley, which in our minds in 1870, 1869 meant the whole of our territory. And there's the blue, the white, and the red. Those are the colors of our national flag. Remember, we talked about it being the Red River Métis national flag. It had two versions, red and blue. The green is the prairies, that's our homeland. The black is the dark times. So after this national committee was in place, after it led to the Convention of 24, the Convention of 40, and the provisional government, and the Assembly of Assiniboia, there were these troops that came in from Canada, both regular troops, those were British regulars, and the volunteer militia, mainly from Upper Canada, which is Ontario. Many came from Toronto itself. And what they did is they destroyed our governance structures. They ran our government underground. They scattered our people across our homeland and beyond. That's what happened. And so, as President Chartrand said, for 150 years, well, at least until 1967, we had no government, and then the Manitoba Métis Federation was created. But in 2013, there's MFE Canada. Again, that was a Supreme Court decision, mainly about the 1.4 million acres of land, but it's also about our governance system. And President Chartrand, thinking well in ahead, he said, this is a new beginning for our people, a new beginning for the Red River Métis and for your government. Now, why do I say it was about governance? Well, it's about reconciliation. It's about building a new relationship between the Métis descendants, us, of the Red River Valley, and Canada. It's creating a new relationship. It's the relationship of reconciliation. It's trying to make things better again, to get over those dark times, get over that reign of terror. And then also, importantly, said that the Manitoba Métis Federation represented the collective Métis interest. Your interest, the interest of the Red River Métis and your rights being represented by the Manitoba Métis Federation. Before that, and actually in this court case, Canada and the province of Manitoba was there at the time. They said, well, this is, you can't, Manitoba Métis Federation, you can't be a part of this case. You can't be protecting these people. You can't argue in the court because you're just a corporation. And Canada had forced us, and Manitoba had forced us to become a corporation as part of our governance system so we could have a relationship with Canada. And then they used that against us later. The Supreme Court saw through all that bullshit, pardon my language. And what they said is that, yes, the Manitoba Métis Federation does represent the descendants of the Métis people of the Red River Valley, which is us. So, right after 2013, we wanted to move forward and start discussions with Canada about the 1.4 million acres of land and about this new relationship of reconciliation. And you've probably heard me tell this story before, that Bernie Valcourt of the Harper government, he was the minister at the time, said, I read the decision, it tells me to do nothing, and I will do nothing. President Chartrand and I kind of look at each other, we look at across the table at Minister Valcourt, and couldn't believe what we heard. Here's a minister of the Crown ignoring a declaration from the Supreme Court saying that the national fabric of the Constitution had been ripped apart and that he was going to do nothing about it. So we were patient. At the time, he wasn't prime minister yet, but Justin Trudeau said if this government, meaning the Harper government, wasn't going to address the issues in MMF v. Canada from 2013 Supreme Court decision, that his government would. And in 2015, when he was elected, we got into negotiations right away. And what we started with, within 6 months of his election, to becoming the government, we signed an MOU. Now, an MOU is usually pretty simple, usually only a couple of pages, 3 or 4 at tops. And what it does is it creates the intent that people are going to sit down and talk. And what we did is we committed to establishing both parties, Canada and the Manitoba Métis Federation, to participate in exploratory discussions, to create a table to start talking about what was in the Supreme Court decision and how we could move forward from there. And then through those discussions at that table, we would develop a framework agreement. Now, a framework agreement's the next step when you're going through big negotiations. So we went from the MOU, and in the MOU it said we are going to have a table for discussions, and we're going to create a framework agreement. Framework agreement is like a roadmap, or it's like it's a drawing of the landscape that tells you how we're going to move forward. What's the terms of reference for the negotiations? So that was the next step. And we signed it in 2016 in May. And then what we did is we moved forward, and moving forward, we came up with the framework agreement. So 6 months later, and you've probably heard this phrase a lot. I know I've used it a few times. We were moving at light speed. If anyone's worked with Canada before, like big bureaucracies, having something done in 6 months is like the blink of an eye in their world. So, but in 6 months, we were able to get a framework agreement. Remember, this is the map, this is the terms of reference on how we're going to negotiate and what we're going to negotiate on. Well, what we agreed upon is that we're going to negotiate an agreement. So we're talking about another agreement. Step by step, brick by brick, we're building towards the treaty. People often say, well, where did this idea of the treaty come from? Did it just happen overnight? I've never heard of the treaty before. But this is something that's been worked on since MMF Canada in 2013. It is something that's been worked on after 2013 with the 2016 MOU, the 2016 Framework Agreement. And the Framework Agreement, you'll see when Murray and Genevieve, or even myself near the end of my presentation, when I start to walk you through at a high level through the treaty, you'll see that these are things that we had agreed upon that we would start to negotiate an agreement upon. Core self-government functions. MF is the representative of the descendants of the Métis people, the Red River Valley, the Red River Métis. So let's focus on that governance. What's the core governance that we want to protect? Now, people are going to ask, well, what do you mean the core governance you want to protect? I mean, aren't we doing governance right now? And yes, we are. But every once in a while, you hear someone from the House of Parliament, or you hear someone in the Manitoba legislature, or in the Senate in Canada, say, we should pass a law that will define who the Métis are. Canada has often said, or people in Canada have said, we'll pass a law about what is the process to define, or the process to accept Métis citizens. And of course, that's none of their business. That's our business. So what this does is we start moving negotiating towards protecting those core self-government functions. And then also that new nation-to-nation, government-to-government relationship between us and Canada. And that would include such things as the finances, the legal status of the MF, the legal status of the Red River Métis, dispute resolution processes. And that's in addition to those core self-government functions of citizenship, structures, elections, things like that. So we had that framework agreement, and the framework agreement negotiations brought us to the July 6th, 2021 agreement. President Chartrand has spoke many times on a July 2021 agreement. And I've said to people in the past, and maybe someone from the crowd can tell me, when I said that this 2021 agreement is the foundation and the blueprint of the treaty. If you were to read anything other than the treaty, or you weren't even to read the treaty, reading this agreement from 2021, that's July 6, 2021, will show that we've added more bricks to the framework agreement, which added more bricks to the from the MOU, and then we now have the July 6th agreement, which is now complete, and now what we've been doing is we've been negotiating the treaty. So it's one brick at a time, building on previous agreements, or going along a path, taking one step at a time. So this self-government recognition and implementation agreement from July 6, 2021, in its purpose section, like there's different chapters, and one section's called purpose. And one purpose, it made it clear, this is back in 2021. It says, the reason for this agreement is to recognize the MF's roles, its functions, and its authorities as a first step towards the conclusion of a treaty. So back in 2021, we were building the treaty already. We were developing the pieces of the treaty within this agreement called the July 6, 2021 agreement. And also, there was a commitment in that agreement. The commitment was that we will negotiate towards the conclusion of a treaty. Again, it didn't happen overnight, one piece at a time, one brick at a time, one step at a time. So what else is in that July 2021 agreement other than its purpose and its commitment to the treaty? Well, what it did is it took the steps on the Canada recognizing that the Manitoba Métis, also known as the Red River Métis, that they had the right, or we have the right to self-determination. We determine our future. We have the right to self-government. We have the right to govern ourselves without interference from Canada, or anyone else for that matter. And that the MF, your MMF, even though it was working or operating as a corporation, and Canada argued that that's all we were when we were arguing the 2013 MFB Canada Supreme Court decision, that we argued, and Canada now accepted, that we are the existing government of the Red River Métis, corporation or not. So that was very important. And you've seen my presentation. I know President Chartrand has mentioned this as well. Because we're following your direction from 2014, an annual General Assembly resolution from 2014 that said, our citizens are beyond the borders of Manitoba. Well, they're beyond the borders of Canada as well. And Canada, in this agreement, it accepted that our citizens are inside and outside of Manitoba, and our citizens are inside and outside of Canada, throughout our homeland and beyond. The reason why that is critical is because, again, it's Canada accepting that we make that determination as the Red River Métis in Assembly. You provide the direction as the Assembly, and then we, the Manitoba Métis Federation, we're your servant, and we fulfill what your needs and your wishes are. And Canada's accepted that. So as President Chartrand says, those boundaries are artificial, they're arbitrary, and we're well beyond those. Now, is our world going to change overnight when it comes to such things as hunting beyond borders, or providing all the suite or all the toolbox of programs and services beyond borders? No, but I do know that every minister and every director have a mandate to see how they can take their existing programs and new programs and go beyond those borders. Thank you very much, Barb. Also important is the Red River Métis acts exclusively through the Manitoba Métis Federation. So Canada accepted that as well. All of these points, even though they're in this July 6, 2021 agreement, the reason I say it's a foundation for the treaty is all these items are once again recognized in the treaty draft that you will have today. And it's in the treaty draft. When the treaty becomes ratified, these items they're no longer just an agreement. It's no longer a contract between us and Canada. It actually becomes constitutionally protected by the Constitution of Canada of 1982. That is the big thing. So Canada can't interfere with our self-determination. Canada can't pass laws about your election processes, about your citizenship, or anything else. And also, Canada has to recognize, ultimately the provinces will have to recognize that we're across our whole homeland and beyond. And that's what our jurisdiction as the Red River Métis includes. Now, I say it's the foundation. I think the previous slide gets that across, that we take what's in the agreement and we cut and paste it, we move it with some revisions into the treaty. There's an actual part 3, paragraph 44 of the 2021 agreement that makes it clear that the parties will continue to negotiate. Sorry, I got to read this because I want to make sure I say it right. You know, you can be part of the writing of this, and you can read it 100 times, and when you're in front of a big crowd like this, you get kind of nervous, and you kind of go, whoa, I better have some crib notes so I can, or cheat sheet in front of me. The parties, that's Canada and us, will continue to negotiate to conclude the treaty, which will include provisions of this agreement adapted as may be agreed, and there's also a list of other items that we have to fulfill in order to put into the treaty. And we've done all that. That's why there's the big check mark. All of that's been done. So we've taken what's in the agreement, used that as the basis, the template for the treaty, modified it in order to make it more appropriate for a treaty. One of our lawyers, Jim Aldridge, who was one of our lawyers on MFB Canada back in 2013, him and Tom Berger, he described the treaty as the 2021 agreement on steroids. Like, it's worked out, it's bulked up, but it's basically the same thing. It's now in more detail, approximately twice the size, and it's to be protected by the Constitution as opposed to it being a mere agreement or contract. So you see how we went in the last 10 years from MFE Canada to the MOU to a framework agreement to the self-government agreement from 2021. And now I'll talk very high level about the treaty itself, very high level. So what does this treaty do that you're going to be voting on today? What does it do? What is it? And Murray and Genevieve will go into more detail, but I'm going to give you a high level. What it does is it takes the Red River Métis, the collective, us, I'm part of who you are, right? I mean, John Lee and I were just comparing how we have a common ancestor from Green Lake named Genevieve Benoit. That's one of our common ancestors. And then actually later today, you're going to have a Genevieve Benoit at the table here. So we are one people. We're related in many ways. You talk to your neighbor, pull out a genealogy. I'm sure you're cousins, second cousins, third cousins. So what it does is it takes that collective, it takes us, and the treaty makes us into a legal body, into a legal entity, an entity in law. It's not just a bunch of people comparing genealogies. It's a people that not only shares kinship and history and culture, military campaigns, but it becomes a legal body. It becomes a real entity in law. And what's important too about that is that the MMF, which is today, as of this moment, a corporation, and that was used against us at MFE Canada. Canada's working with us to say that, well, or have it worked out in the treaty that the Manitoba Métis Federation, it will vanish. It will just go poof into the air as a corporation. And it will be known as the government of the Red River Métis, which is not incorporated. It's not a corporation, but is part of this legal body called the Red River Métis. It truly becomes the servant. And unlike what's happening in some other parts of the country, the government is not the master. It's the Red River Métis that's the master, and the MMF becomes a servant, and it's no longer a corporation. That is the first thing that's done. The other is, and I've said it once already, the MMF is recognized as that Red River Métis government, and the MMF is the exclusive government. No one else can pretend, no one else can assert that they represent the Manitoba Métis, which is also known as the Red River Métis. And does everybody know why I often switch, more or less by accident, between using the phrase Manitoba Métis and Red River Métis? No, nobody wants to put their hand up? Well, we are the Red River Métis. That's why in 1869, with that National Committee of the Red River Métis, why they said they were the National Committee of the Red River Métis, it's because that's who we are. But the Red River Métis, our ancestors negotiated through, having Father Richot in Ottawa, we negotiated bringing our traditional territories and created the province of Manitoba within Canada. Now, creating the province of Manitoba, people started to refer to us as a nickname. They'd say, oh, there's those Manitoba Métis. Not because we lived in the province of Manitoba, it's because we created the province of Manitoba. So that became our nickname, the Manitoba Métis. But we were then, we are now, and always will be the Red River Métis. So again, because I see some of you are falling asleep, who are we? Red River Métis. So, can I get the slide back, please? There, thank you very much. So, whoa. So it's a modern treaty. It's focused on core self-government. Those core self-government items, and I'll talk about those in a minute. The treaty gets constitutionally protected by the Canadian Constitution. It'll provide for long-term stable funding for your government. And I like this, and everyone I've talked to likes this, is that we've been able to put in what's called supplementary self-government arrangements. which is a part of the treaty that allows us to negotiate for things that we haven't negotiated yet. And we will have time to negotiate later. And also things we haven't even thought of yet. So for, let's say, future generations, if they want to amend the treaty, they want to do some changes, they can sit down and negotiate with Canada as well. Because I can't guess what's going to happen 30 years or 50 years in the future. And in the last couple of presentations I used this one example. If anybody here is an engineer or someone who's worked in the construction business or industry of any kind, you probably heard the phrase, the solution to pollution is dilution. Which means that if you've got a problem with pollution, just add more water or add more air. So if they would put up bigger smokestacks or use a faster running river to get rid of your pollution. It's that kind of thinking, assuming you believe in things like climate change, which I happen to do, what that kind of thinking created more problems in the future. And we never thought of it back then, because I was working in the field as well. We never thought of that. But our young people, they do think about that. And a generation or two down the road, they may want to make changes to our treaty that will assist in dealing with whatever challenges or aspirations they have in the future. So that's what the treaty is in high summary. But what is it not? Well, it's not a comprehensive treaty. Remember I said it's focused on those core self-government areas. It's not a comprehensive treaty like you'd have on the West Coast with the First Nations or north of 60 with the First Nations. Those are comprehensive treaties because they have everything in it. Everything that they could think of over 20 to 30 years of negotiation is in there, including the kitchen sink. We don't have that window because we have a positive government. We have a time in Canada right now where people want to assist the Métis to at least some limited extent. And so rather than spend 30 years, we tried to have it focus on the real basics that we need for our survival as well as for our growth. And so we focused on those core self-government as opposed to comprehensive. It doesn't take away any of our Section 35 rights, and that's what happens with these treaties, especially the historic treaties. It doesn't make us First Nations, does not make us under the Indian Act. And the question we get a lot, well, how about my tax exemptions? I want to get my GST back when I buy a truck, or I don't want to pay income tax. Well, that doesn't come from modern treaties. That comes from the Indian Act. I am sure from what I've heard from people, they do not want to be under the Indian Act, which destroys people. So we remain the Otipemisiwak, the free people, and the modern day treaties, whether it's for self-government or whether it be for under a more comprehensive approach, they don't have those tax breaks. 3 more minutes. So what are those core governance pieces I was speaking of? Remember I said that this treaty, this modern day treaty is focused on the core self-government jurisdictions or those core parts of self-government. And that's citizenship, which is our business, not anyone else's. Elections, which is a selection of your representatives. Again, it's your business, our business. The MMF structures, about how it's set up. If it's going to change over time, you're the ones that are going to make that decision through your constitution and through annual General Assembly resolutions. Accountability. Well, we're accountable to our people. We do have at our annual General Assemblies reporting back to you, and we can modify that over time to greater or lesser extent, depending on what you want. But we're not accountable to others for how we do our business. And then there's also administration, enforcement, prosecution of any government laws that we create. So those are the core self-government items that's part of the treaty, the modern day treaty, specifically on governance. And remember I was talking about there's these supplementary self-government arrangements, those things that we'll be negotiating later. Well, language and culture is one of those things. It's already itemized in the treaty. education, health services, economic and social development, child and family services, administration of justice, wildlife and fish harvesting and management, environmental assessment, as well as anything else that can be reasonably included or related to self-determination, self-government, rights and interests. And we're here today to vote on this treaty, this self-government treaty. And why are we here together as a group? Why are you not all going to a little polling booth at some university, like University of Winnipeg or University of Manitoba or University of Brandon, or an empty building and putting a vote on a ballot and putting it into a little ballot box? That would be called a referendum. That splits people up. You wouldn't be here together to compare family stories, to compare family history and community history. You wouldn't be here to meet your friends, talk about serious issues, because you'd be locked in a little box putting an X on a ballot. That's a referendum. That has never been a part of who we are. From the days of the buffalo hunt, through the creation of the province of Manitoba, through to since 1967 and today, we take action, we make decisions as an assembly, as a group. And I'm going to put one quote in here from a book written in 1856 about your ancestors by a guy named Alexander Ross, whose son was James Ross, a very important Métis politician back in around 1869-70. I think he was the first justice for the provisional government as well. So that's his son, James. But Alexander Ross, he was a Scotsman, Métis family. He had a great quote about our ancestors. He talked about how we're all scattered about, which we are, out on the prairies. But when we get together, assemble together in one place, and this he was very clear about. Assemble together in one place with one common interest, one common object in view. They, meaning our ancestors, meaning us today, must soon become formidable, either as friends or as foes. So in today's assembly, we send a message to Canada and Manitoba and others that you can either follow us or get out of the way. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Al. So we're going to take a lunch break, and Al is going to come back up after when Murray and Genevieve make a presentation, and then we'll have a Q&A after that, so you'll have the full picture. But we have, Rhonda, we have two lines here. There's a courtesy line for elders, and we've got all our elder helpers are in these blue outfits, so wherever the elders helpers are, it's time to go to work. And so we're going to break now. It's 12, what is it? 12:25. We're going to come back at 1:25, and then we're going to hear the presentations, and I'm going to talk to you a little bit about how that vote is going to occur. I should just mention that there's the ESGS General Stores located on the 3rd floor, and we'll see you back here in an hour.
problem. We will get you everything that you need if you need to get outside. And if there's folks who may have slipped out of the property, if you want to grab them and make sure that they know that we're going to get started at about 12:15-ish. And then we will jump. What we're going to do is jump into and I'm going to say this a couple of times, we are going to ask, request, and I'm going to be fairly firm on this. Questions need to be about the topics that we're talking about. If you have questions on, say, housing or education, then we have ministers who are in the room and staff who will be able to address those questions. So I'm going to respectfully ask that we stay very on task with regards to the treaty and how we got to the treaty. So I'll remind everyone a couple more times today, but I just wanted to plant that seed. So we'll see you in about 10, 15 minutes or so. Thank you. especially during the presentations. The folks in the back have some hard time hearing. So when we do the presentations, when we're doing the questions and answers, we need to either keep our noise level down to nothing, or if you can't and you need to visit, then we have a place outside. There's a tent outside, and there's the entranceway, as well as there are other areas where you can go to visit if you need to. Please take your seats. So you probably have seen the banners that are hanging around here. I'll get to the reason for that in a minute. But I'm gonna ask and see if people are listening first, and secondly, if you're excited to be here. So let's look at Southwest Region. Where are you, Southwest Region? All right, that wasn't bad. I'm going to try Southeast Region. Where are you? Okay, that was getting a little bit more. How about Winnipeg Region? And a lot of you are upstairs too, so I'm sure we can feel that coming through there. Thompson Region, where are you? Northwest Region, let's hear it from you. Wow, where's your vice president? She would be embarrassed. Northwest Region, where are you? Oh, still. The Paw Region, let's hear for the Paw. Excellent. So just so you know, when we're going to do questions and answers from, okay, I did forget one. Interlake Region, let's hear from you. Oh, I don't know, I think Interlake may have been number one there. Yeah. And how about Beyond Borders, where are you? Yeah, there's a few here. A lot of them are online and at the satellite locations. Just wanted to see if we can't get everybody to get your seats. And we need to stop visiting. If you can't stop visiting, we're going to ask you to go outside, go in the entrance, and I will call you out if I can see you. Let me see here. Who can I pick on first? Portage Local. Portage Local. You're not paying attention, are you? I'm just picking on you guys to make a point. There has been several comments that the noise level is too loud and a lot of people can't hear a thing. So we're going to ask, and you know what? I'm going to ask staff. I'm going to ask our our coordinating staff to find a half a dozen people to be my assistants and help to keep things down, especially in the back. I know it's easy to kind of get carried away. You don't think you're bothering anybody, but it's not true. You are bothering a lot of people. And it's particularly the elders who have come up to me. And we know that you all want to respect your elders. That's right? Yes. And so it's the elders who have said they've been having difficulty hearing the presentations, and they're very, very interested in knowing what's going on. So we're going to ask Al Benoit to come back on the stage for some questions and answers. Now, the banners that you see, Winnipeg Region, Southwest, Southeast, I thought that was a boxing match for a minute there. There's only one balloon left. It'll go in a minute. And obviously we need fans here today, and we're doing our best. We brought in some air conditioning units. I know it's hot for all of you, but you know, one thing that I did find this morning is that when you did sit down and stopped moving around, the temperature actually went down quite substantially. So if we could get everyone to sit down and again, to pay attention, that would be great. So just a couple of things before we move into the question and answer period. Some rules of participation that was approved earlier this morning. We need you to speak through the chair. We need you to go to the microphone where your region is. So if you're Winnipeg Region, this microphone in the front here is yours. If you're Southwest Region, that microphone is yours. Thompson is back there. You can see the banners. If you are from that region, that's where we need you to go. And the reason being is that we're trying to make things as equitable as possible, so that people from different regions, we also have online participants, and we have a moderator co-chair who is taking questions from online as well. So that they're going to be queued up. I'm going to be the person who's going to try to make it as equitable as possible so that different regions have a voice. And we're going to carry this throughout the weekend. That's how we're going to try to manage the comments, the questions, and the dialogue. Because we have some limited time, I'm going to ask that you get to the heart of your question immediately. Your name, your local, and then your question. We do have a tendency to want to go to the microphone and have a 15-minute preamble so that we can ask the question. That's not what we're going to do today. We want you to, you're going to have 1 minute to ask your question. And we ask that you raise one issue at a time. As well, as I said before, we ask that you stay on task. We're here to talk about the Red River Métis Treaty. If there are questions about specific programs in housing or employment and training or health, we have ministers here, we have departmental staff here, and we will direct you to those folks who can answer those specific questions that are not treaty related. When it comes time for the resolution, you will have 3 minutes to speak and you need to speak for or against the resolution. Just want to make sure I don't leave anything out here. With that being said, I don't have the best eyesight, so I'm going to ask maybe someone, staff, can come up front here with me and see if there's folks at microphones so that I can make sure that we get everything done properly. I see one person. Oh, and for citizens online, we request that you submit your questions by clicking on the Ask a Question button. type your question, or to get in the queue for a video call. You are also not guaranteed to speak, depending on the amount of people here who wish to speak, people online who wish to speak, the people who are in the satellite locations who wish to speak. We're going to do our best to get to as many people as possible and to have as broad and diverse folks who are asking questions as possible. But we do have limited time today. With that being said, I have someone at microphone Winnipeg Region.
Hello, Steele Pruden, Canoe Local. I see here that the MMF is responsible for the persecution of violations of Red River Métis laws. Could that be more elaborated? What type of laws are you referring to, and especially in an agreement with Canada or provincial governments in respect to the conduct of persecution and appeals?
Okay, thank you. Mr. Benoit?
So this is a treaty about self-government, and it's about the core self-government jurisdictions. So let's say, for instance, if someone made an infraction of some sort of voting law or election law, you can have the imagination about what kind of laws can be broken in an election, right? You hear a lot about that stuff going down in the United States right now. So if there is one of the Métis laws, which are specifically about self-government in the 5 self-government categories, I used elections as one example, then the MMF would be responsible for the prosecution of that. The laws themselves would be from the Annual General Assembly. The Assembly would define what those laws were and provide what is the logical consequences of infraction. So it's not the MMF itself, it's the Annual General Assembly would pass laws. Okay, did I answer that?
Any other questions?
Not specifically, like enter into agreements with Canada or provincial governments in respect to the conduct of persecution and appeal. Does that imply that others would be involved in the involvement of breaking Red River Métis laws?
Yeah, that's a good question. So that is not something that we would do of regular practice. Like, for instance, if there's the courts would be one example, right? Let's say we don't have our tribunals in place yet, but the laws are there, and we would have arrangements with the proper court or with the provinces or federal government involved to have their government follow, or not their government, their courts follow our laws, and in order to make sure that those are being followed. I mean, that's something that's there as an example of what could happen, but of course the MMF wouldn't do that unless it had direction from the Annual General Assembly.
Thank you very much. Is there any questions online? No questions online. I don't see anybody else at microphones, but I apologize for being old and blind. If not, we'll say thank you to Mr. Benoit. Let's give him a round of applause. And with that, I'm also going to introduce our next presenters. We have our legal counsel, Murray Trachtenberg and Genevieve Benoit, who the president pointed out this morning for all the work that they've done over the years, and they're doing specifically on this treaty some amazing work. And they have been with us at every single consultation meeting. I think there were 17 right across the country and across the homeland. They have been taking the treaty and bringing out some of the relevant parts to it. I would say a huge majority of you have been at one of these consultations, which is fantastic. I had the opportunity to hear their presentation. This one's going to be a little bit shorter than that one, right? Yes, thank goodness. No, just kidding. But they are going to do their presentation, bring out some relevant information, and then we will also have opportunity for question and answer after that. So who's going first? Mr. Trachtenberg? Please help me welcome Mr. Murray Trachtenberg.
Good afternoon, and thank you, Minister. So as was mentioned, Genevieve and I are part of the MMF legal negotiating team, but I want to take a moment and just identify. The team lead is Jim Aldridge, and I think it was Al who mentioned it in his presentation. Jim's name is probably familiar to most people because he and the late Tom Berger were the lawyers for your land claim case. But besides the land claims case, Tom and Jim negotiated the first modern day treaty for the Nisga'a Nation in British Columbia. And Jim has a wealth of information, experience, and expertise in treaty negotiations. So he was the lead on all the negotiations. He also has a colleague by the name of Michael Welters, and Michael has expertise in financial and tax matters. And for those of you who've heard our presentation before, you'll know that in addition to the treaty, right now we're doing negotiations for a fiscal arrangement or fiscal financing arrangement, which will deal with funding, and we'll talk a little bit about that in our presentation this afternoon, and also a tax treatment agreement, and we're well into negotiations on that, and Michael is the lead lawyer on those. And so this afternoon, Genevieve and I are going to do two things. We're going to do a high-level walkthrough of the treaty, and I know that you all have copies in the kits, and the copy you have is dated May 26th, and we'll highlight some points that we think are well worth drawing your attention to. I mean, we could be here for several hours because there's lots of good stuff, but time permitting, we're just going to hit some of the highlights. And then, because has been mentioned, we're still in negotiations with Canada. There's already been a few minor changes in some wording, and we're going to draw that to your attention. Physically, we just couldn't get new copies printed again. And so the version that will be coming after we outline these few changes, the version that the Assembly is going to be asked to vote on for ratification will be one as of May 30th. And we'll explain that in a little more detail as we go along. So I think this is going to be put up on the screen as well. And I also understand that because we haven't finished our negotiations with Canada, this part of the presentation is not going to be streamed live on YouTube, but should be available to all the satellite offices and those of you at home on Zoom. So when we start right with the start page, Red River Métis Self-Government Recognition and Implementation Treaty. And that's, as Al pointed out in his comments, that's what this is. We're dealing with your